Oh, thank you for the emoji. I appreciate that. Sorry, I wasn't. I was locked in there for a minute. And using this .02 lead is like using a surgical tool. Did you start this over? Yeah, I had to. We had to. The problem with the last one was that we had to. I don't know. Just it felt like a better idea to get away from this imagery with like having a podium and flags because dolphin sounds a lot like Adolf, and it was like the ducky sells it. Thank you. Yeah, I had to like move away from that just because it was too. It was too like like I was drawing it like it was like dolphins doing a rally and dolphin and Adolf. It sounds like too similar. I'm like people are not gonna find this fun. Like it was too much, and so I'm like I have to move away from like I have to put them in airships or something. Otherwise, it's like it's too close to that all that stuff. So I'm like visually, I just don't want to like um get too close to that. So I'm like, we just have to restart. It's just too much. Even though it's like super hilarious, I'm like, yeah, there's just no way this is not gonna backfire. People are not gonna understand. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, but I'm like, yeah, it's just there's no way. A dolphin speech, yeah, or a dolphin rally, all kinds of hilarious jokes. It's just that in the current political let's say energy that's happening, I just think that as funny as it is, I'm like there I it just isn't. I don't know. If it made me nervous, and I put out a lot of unhinged content, but if it made me nervous, I'm like, yeah, I don't know if people that work with me would want to be associated with that too. I'm just like, But yeah, I did buy a .02. This was a very expensive, like fancy pencil right here, as you can see, from Japan. Like it was like 20 bucks, and it has like super thin. It's still a super thin lead, and it's like using a surgical tool. I really like it. I think it's gonna um, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I haven't like really delved into it. But I'm excited to see what I'll be able to do with like this level of precision. So we'll see. I mean, this is still going to be a similar concept to like oppressive dolphins. It's just that I want to get away from the podium rally look, if that makes sense, because it's just too on the nose. It's going to offend people, or I don't know. Hello, hello. Yeah, we were just talking about the we were talking the other day about like having like one of the flags just be red and have a white circle and a fin in the middle. That would be the like the cherry on top. But hello, yeah, we're doing really good. Other than the heat slowly rising and every day seems to become a little bit hotter. Uh, Bro, this morning I had the strongest like most animalistic desire to go get coffee, and I didn't. And I'm pretty proud of myself, but man, it's been rough. I wanted to go get an iced coffee before starting the stream, but I just couldn't. Like the squeaky ducks are going to fool it. Yeah. Well, that's it's. Yeah, the squeaky ducks are like, no, don't worry about it. Hey, Dolphin is just calling the game a totally normal sports game. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, like, he's like commentating on the game. Like I'm still gonna have them. He's harmless. Don't be afraid. Yeah, I'm still gonna have like columns of soldiers at the bottom and stuff like that. It's I still want to do the oppressive, the overlord, dolphin idea. I did end up buying the white. I did find the right brand of white charcoal. This is the brand you want to get. This is the. It's not even expensive, and it's the one that works really well. It go. You can put the white on top of already drawn on surfaces, so it works really well. What's his favorite football team? Miami Dolphins. Yeah. I have so many blades laying around. It's amazing that I've never cut myself. I remember at my one job we used to have to take this like razor blade and cut things in half to like test like look at it under the microscope. And somebody one time took a blade and like they held it upside down and like pushed the blade into their finger. And then from there on we had to wear gloves and you know, super annoying, but and it seems like it's simple to not do that. You just look at the blade and you choose the side that's not sharp. Um, but when you're moving at 500 miles an hour, you end up stuff like that ends up. Hello, oh, nice shade of color. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing. You know, I feel like I know dolphins are like gray, but I'm like, well, they're blue in my world. Yeah, don't cut yourself with blades, kids. Just pay attention. But yeah, it's man. I hated wearing like gloves. Uh, just got a Gustav Dorr book in the mail today. Incredible. Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of like the energy he can create in his artwork. Very epic and like this kind of brooding darkness. All of his stuff is like really great. The only thing, the reason I don't get books is it's like space in the house kind of thing, and I already have books that I was gonna read and never did. So it's like I can't commit more like just and that's I would love to read comic books and things of that nature, you know, try out comic books and stuff like that, but it's like I don't have the like where am I gonna put all that stuff, you know? I already have like little Warhammer guys everywhere and stuff like that, you know. If there was somebody I could give that stuff to, like read the comic book and then hand it over to some kid, and then they would like do whatever with it. But I'm not. I just like I like my house to be like basically empty. I'm a big fan of just like having an empty house. Like it's less head clutter, and you know. Oh man, this wood is like rough. It's like a. Do they make this wood out of like hard oak? I don't know. It's like I'm having a hard time just doing that part. It's like you don't have to use the highest quality wood for this, guys. I'm having a rough go at this. I guess maybe that's part of the quality, right? Is like I think like the more expensive pencils they have like this almost like balsa wood that just comes right off, and like the more non-expensive pencils, it's actually they have like harder wood that you have to chew through. Of course, I could get a fresh blade that would help too, but I kind of want to use up all the blade I can. Gotta focus up today and get stuff done. We'll be lurking as usual. Message me when you get the chance, no rush. Message about what? Did I miss something? I will message you with a message. I feel like I forgot something. Unless it's about... I can't remember. You gotta remind me what we're supposed to be messaging about. My apartment is also almost empty. Like I get rid of stuff, free the mind, as you said. Yeah, it's super easy to allow clutter into your house, and it's super. Okay, I'll contact you. I was just worried. I'm like, were we supposed to? I forgot. Like, I'm like, were we supposed to be messaging about something? But yeah, I'll send you a hi after the stream. My apartment. Yeah, I'm a big fan of just because it's like garbage has a way of just like ambiently making it into your house, and it's really hard to do the reverse. Like literally, one time I went to the landfill to throw away like this old chair, and they're like, I'm like, how much is it like just to throw stuff away? And they're like, they quoted something like $400, and I'm like, I don't understand why is it like, I thought maybe I was misunderstanding something. I enjoy lack of clutter. Yeah, especially as I get older, you realize you really don't want a bunch of things. You just kind of want to get rid of garbage that's just everywhere. Um, and people always tell me if I were to rob someone, it wouldn't be you. I'm like, it's just that like it looks empty because like it is, but you know, I don't know. If you want space, if you want to find some space marines, you can rob me. I guess I have a computer too, but I used to collect DVD and Blu-ray, but I threw away the cases and keep the discs in a folder. Yeah, I got some video game cases at my parents' house when I moved out that I never took. I'm a little bit nostalgic for. I don't know. That is kind of hard. Sometimes I do wish I kept my Xbox 360, just because I don't know, or my PlayStation 1 that I was given. Not that they're like really hard to get or expensive, but I sort of get the nostalgia factor of some things, but I don't know. Ultimately, I'm glad I don't have a bunch of boxes and Xboxes and you know. But sometimes it would be nice to plug one of those things in and just see it start up and then turn it off and put it away again. But I don't know. I'm kind of. I think you should generally sort of lean more towards being able to let go of stuff and just kind of move on. Although the 360 era was like my favorite gaming era of my life. That felt like a real moment. It was fun, and it was a great time. Like I caught myself the other day thinking about Helldivers, and I was like, I gotta go get my personal order done. It's like it becomes like every game is trying to become like your mini job, where you just log on and do a couple missions so you can like get your points in. And I realized that I'm in a trap. I'm getting fake points for a fake game, and so I didn't play Helldivers because I don't want to get tricked into becoming like. Man, getting this tip sharp is taking forever. You prioritize by AI love, physical media, books, etc. I have not gone down the AI love path. It seems too dystopian. It feels like that scene from Blade Runner when he's got that girlfriend that's like sort of see through. It feels like that's gonna be, most people's path is gonna be that in the coming future. Having a real physical girlfriend is gonna be like a super high status move. Okay, that took forever, but here we go. I almost forgot what I was gonna draw just now. It took me so long to do that. Did I mention how much that I'm using a point two pencil? It finally came in. It's very fancy. It costs a lot of money, $18. But to me, $18 is nothing for something like this. It's like when you buy parts for your vehicle or your motorcycle. All of a sudden, $500 for a rebuilt carburetor seems super reasonable. Back, stepped out. Nice. How's your day going, Future Oil? I saw your painting of the sunset thing you were doing. It was very nice. Thanks, just a little something I'm thinking about. So far, good. Was feeling sleepy. Yeah, I didn't wake up till 10 uh, this morning. I was feeling very sick and not very, I, yeah. And I went to bed I mean, yeah, I slept about 10 hours. Like, I just kept going back to sleep. I felt not very good when I woke up the first couple of times, let's just say. I think it's the heat and I don't know. I'm pretty much not using AC unless it gets into the 90s inside of the house. Then I'm just gonna like chill. I might just turn on the AC in my room, like the window unit, and so the dog can be cooled down, and then I'll just keep it real out here, just survival mode. Because I feel like I handle heat like pretty good. Um, I don't, you know, I don't even like really sweat if I'm not moving around, even if it's like crazy hot inside the house. I'm not a big collector, but comic books are awesome. Have you heard of the Mete Barons? See, and that's the other thing is that I have not heard of the Mete Baron. I'll check it out right now. But the reason is I'm actually not to offend anybody. I'm not into like the superhero, like I'm not into the cape stuff. Some of it is good. Like I've seen the the show. What do you call it? The whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's like that new superhero that's like realistic cartoon. That seems like I could get into that, but just a general like superhero DC Marvel stuff. I don't know. It's fine. If I was 15 years younger, I'm sure I would be in love with it. But it's like, oh, this looks really cool. Um, the artwork looks insane. The best space opera. Meta Barons, the saga of Meta Barons, science fiction comics series relating the history of Dyn- dynasty of perfect warriors. Okay, I'm already kind of sold. Um, let me go down here. I've never heard of this, but I'm gonna keep it in the tab and I'll look into it later because it looks really interesting. And see, and if comic books were like interesting, that's the other thing is a lot of them I'm just like I don't care about superhero stuff as much anymore. I'm sure there's good stories in there, but I feel like as if I'm gonna have to sift through like 900 books before I get to like the good one of that series. So it's like I also have like a thousand games on Steam I haven't played through, and it's like I have more of a time issue than I have like any other issue. But yes, I will. That does look. The artwork looks very interesting. We all don't think we sweat or stink until someone shows up and tells us we. Well, I stream, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, I agree. I agree that we don't. I mean, obviously, we don't smell ourselves as much as other people would. And if you're musky, then you're not gonna. You're gonna get used to your own musk a little bit. But I feel like I'm pretty reasonable with my intervals. Just ordered a big collector's edition. I'll let you know. Okay. If it's not intellectually stimulating, I get bored. Yeah, it's yeah. Yeah. I had a similar thing with like, I used to love action movies as a kid. Obviously, I think right. Most people like love action movies, and then as time went on, it's like video games have become so good at portraying like sort of the visceral like combat and like things blowing up realistically. I mean, if you play Helldivers, it's like I've never seen a movie that compete. I mean, there's like movies that have higher resolution versions of what's happening in that like game, but it's like the consistency and you know like stuff that's happening there is happening in real time. And even though like some movie could like do a little bit sharper like resolution of that, it's like there's just no way to compete with video games in terms of like I just absolutely like as soon as I realize it's like an action movie, my brain turns off because it's like I feel like video games have just completely like destroyed any potential of an action movie being successful because they're so good now. But you know, it's the only kind of movie I would sit down and watch if another kind of a Matrix equivalent, not exactly the Matrix, but something equivalent to that level of good came out. Other than that, I'm just pretty much just not interested in consuming media. Like uh, I did start watching Severance, which was interesting. I thought that was like it was, I will say, like for me, like Severance, if you guys know what I'm talking about, that was like, I would say, like watchable. That was well within the realm of like I am following what's happening. I am invested. I won't say it's blowing my mind or anything like that, but it's definitely like this is consumable content that I am enjoying, and like so it has to be at least at Severance level for me to be like paying attention. This pen also it has a very nice click to it. I'll let you guys hear it. It has a super nice yeah, just the click itself is very like you can tell it's an expense. Oh shit. I broke the lead is so fine on this point .2 pencil that it's like you can't even like push it back in, it just breaks. It's like using a surgical tool. I'm like doing brain surgery over here. It does give a nice refined look, but I'm still thinking I might go back to the I'm gonna kind of use this today and just see how far I get. But I feel like I'm gonna go back to the point .3 just because this is going to take, if I use this pencil only as a main workhorse, I'm gonna spend like 40, like I'm gonna spend like 60 hours on this piece just like slowly rendering things out. It is nice because it's because of the fragility of like this lead, I'm going to have to like be super light with it and do 1,000 passes, so that does like force you to like do super nice rendering. But at the same time, I do have to consider time to some extent. This music gives me Rohan. Yeah, I wish I could play because the thing is Amazon owns Lord of the Rings now. So what they should do, since they own intellectual property of all this music, they should like let streamers just play the Rohan music. That's what everyone would want anyway. I'm not sure why Amazon isn't moving more aggressively on stuff like that in terms of because they own Twitch now, and it's Twitch has been stagnating for a long time in terms of its growth, and I think what they should do, not necessarily that this is would fix the situation. I think part of it is that there's just a lot of competition out there now with Kick and YouTube, and but if they were to say take all the music from what they own, which I'm sure Amazon owns like a lot of different properties, and say this is all you can play all of this, all the Lord of the Rings music. I would probably just only play that, just because Lord of the Rings has like the best like soundtracks and so you know. That's a great idea, and Amazon should do it. But Amazon has a track record of making vanilla decision, not very innovative anymore. I totally agree. I think part of it is not just because they're evil, but I think the bigger the organization that works on a project, the more likely that the result is going to be super generic. And you just have boardrooms and lawyers and boardrooms, and by the time, like, it's like you have clean water and you pour it down into a sock filled with charcoal and sand, and then more socks with charcoal and sand, and well, I guess that's a bad metaphor because that's how you clean off water. But basically, you water it down to where the final result is like very like it just can't. And it's not even their fault. It's just that's just the effect of having large groups of people having to put their 2 cents in and having to justify their existence in the company, and that's just what you get. Is just something that's kind of like meh. Oh my god, I almost drowned in my own water. What a crazy design for humans to have. Well, I guess we have a nose, but still. You can like you can block your way, like your breathing pathway, by eating too aggressively. It's just something you have to be conscious your entire life. It's just a wild design we got there going on. I would opt out for a blowhole like dolphins have any day, just so I can like not have to worry about maybe dying when I choose to eat that day. Most of their TV shows and movies are so generic too. Lord of the Rings show was so shitty. I completely agree. Yeah, I just the thing is I've talked about this before, right? But that show was like it didn't. The biggest sin that they committed was not making it feel like a Lord of the Rings. Everything from the music to the sound effects to the visual of it, in my opinion, they failed across all three. Like they failed from the sound design, visually, the feeling of it. I mean, the only time I felt like I was watching the Lord of the Rings a little bit is when they were showing the gnomes, or the the whatever, the dwarf underground facilities and stuff. I'm like, for a second I caught myself thinking I was watching Lord of the Rings, sorry. And yeah, other than that, I'm just like spacing out, and I'm just like, I feel like this isn't that. You know what I mean? I just felt like this. I'm not watching. It's kind of like the new oh my god, the new Matrix movie that they try to dust off that IP and squeeze some money out of it. I was watching it and I'm like, how's it possible? You have so many talented people. Like it's it's just weird. Like even if you have I guess money doesn't solve problems, I guess, because it's like, they got a bunch of money. They can do anything with the sets. They can design any of these combat scenes any way they want. There's no lack of money. They're willing to throw anything to keep these franchises. The Matrix and the Lord of the Rings is like, those are my two favorite visually produced pieces of content. It's like, just I don't know. It was so hard to watch the new Matrix movie, and yeah, I did. Like I said again, sound design, visuals again, right? Like the Matrix, you're not allowed to move away from the way it looks and feels because it has such a specific tone. The Matrix, like even the bullet time sound effects, like just the way the fights are choreographed. It's I don't know. I can't. It was rough. It was a rough time watching that movie. I actually tried. Oh, Vince Nine, hello. How's it going? Sorry, I tried to watch The Matrix twice, and I couldn't finish it. The new one, literally couldn't sit all the way through it. The first time I fell asleep, and the second time I just got up and decided to do chores, because that would just be more productive. Sorry for ignoring you, Vince Nine. Your color of your name was exactly, well, not exactly, but similar color to the other name, so I like couldn't, my brain couldn't see it. You hit amongst the names, and then you add a layer of dyslexia on top of that, and I just can't see chat basically. Too many chefs in one kitchen. Hire great people. Don't tell them what to do. Let them cook. Yeah, I think you gotta. And it's hard to do, right? It's really just the bigger the company is, the more people are gonna get their like greasy little fingers on the project. Because like I said, right, people gotta justify it. They gotta show that they did something. So it's like by the time all's said and done, that I'm sure the director is like very handicapped too. You got chair holders breathing down their necks. Those studio bosses are only doing their job to. Yeah. Ace Gaming Girl just popping in quick, but oh my god, this might be my favorite. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you said that because I also feel very hopeful about this piece. I think this is gonna be a good one. I am really excited to see how things turn out when I just use this pencil. I think I'm just going to use this pencil for the entire picture, although I think it's not entirely the most practical thing to do because I'm already noticing how much time it's taking just to kind of like render things out. It does slow things down when you have like this microscopic tool you're doing it with, but I'm sort of interested in seeing like what will the entirety of it look like. Beyond the grave. Hey, how's that a point two pencil working for you? Well, here it is. It's very fancy looking. As you can see, it looks super sharp and cool. Although, like, I gotta like keep it in a special place because knowing me, if I just like let this go, it'll just vanish into thin air. But yeah, it's got it's actually got Pentel, which is I think a company I've seen before. That like little brand right there. I know you can't see it really, but this says Pentrel or no Pentel. PP3002 Rens or Rens on it. It'd be cooler if it didn't if it had just like Japanese hieroglyphics or whatever. I think it would look like more like exclusive and like cool, but it's overall, like this cut right here, it looks super sharp. It looks super like nice design. Like it feels like it's worth the $18. You also have like a very nice click to it. I'll show you. I don't know if the mic is I don't know if the mic is picking that up, but it's got a super nice click, and the way it feels textually is nice too. So first impressions, extremely good. First impressions, extremely good in terms of like the weight is very nice. Um, it's not too heavy, but it's bordering on as heavy as you would want a pencil. You don't want it any heavier than this, but you do want. I don't know. I feel like having something that's like expensive, that's like has a weight to it, does make it feel like it was worth the money for some reason. At least it like tricks my brain into thinking that way. Um, but yeah, so far I would say that it's not a bad or a good. It's not bad or good. It's just I think it's a tool that will be reserved for certain things. I don't see myself using it for like the other pencil for everything because it would. I think it would just extend the time for rendering everything for like it would just be like plus 20 hours per picture, with how slow everything is going. But having said that, I'm gonna do this entire picture with that because I want to see like what would happen if I just drew the entire picture with like a much more precise tool. Well, one third more precise, because it's essentially like the same thing as if you were using a point 0.3, but you increase the canvas by one third, right? Like it would be the exact same effect in terms of time consumption and all that. So yeah, we'll see. I'm excited. I can't really give my opinion on it, because I need to spend more time with it. But so far, I very much I don't feel like it was a waste of $20. I'm on board. Uh, I love dolphins and the brain contraption. The rubber duckies are so fun. Thank you. I'm hopping off again, but have fun with your art. Thank you. I appreciate the stop by. Yeah, it's very important when you. I think when you sell a product that's like that has a textile feature, like a clicky thing, it's gotta be good. The clicky has to be really really sharp and it has to feel good to press. I don't know. I feel like that's part of what sells the sense of high quality things. You don't need them a lot of times, but sometimes in certain things, like having a like I don't know if anybody's ever had like a really expensive mechanical keyboard. It is it is nice. I had a real mechanical keyboard, like $150 one or whatever, and I of course spilt water on it. But before I did, it was very nice. I really much enjoyed it. I usually destroy like a keyboard a year. I am somebody who believes in eating at my desk, so that's just the cost of being that kind of person. Eating at your desk is somehow very liberating when you first start doing it. You feel like you're finally living your life on your own terms, but then you realize the why that's not advisable. But I still do it because what am I gonna watch YouTube videos on my phone? No. That's awesome to hear. I'm glad the experience is good so far and you're enjoying it. Yeah, well, this is obviously like a high quality product, you know. I don't know how many companies could manufacture a point 0.2 lead just because I almost just because of my manufacturing experience, I know that this like when they switch their lines over, or I'm not sure how the process of manufacturing lead goes, but I guarantee when they get the call like we need to produce so many, I don't know, pounds or tons of this kind of lead point 0.2, I'm sure the workers are very pissed because there's like certain products that like that you have per line that when you're assigned to it, you're gonna have an awful day because it's so much harder to make because of the precision that's required. And so I guarantee I'm very, even though it's like it was expensive and the lead is expensive, I am very grateful to those who manufacture this because I know what it takes to make something that's not dog shit. I would like to actually call them and find out, like, contact this company and just see if they would let me do a tour. I'm really curious at like what is that like over there. I hope it's all Japanese people making it too. That would be like even better. But if I had enough money, I would definitely like build Rohan in real life and stream from there. I think living in a village that looks like Rohan would be like the best way to retire, is to like live in like an environment like that. I think we all agree. Obviously, with no actual horses, I'm not cleaning horse poo up off the ground. Unless there's like stable masters that do it or something that want to partake in that hobby. I do like this pencil. I think I'm slowly realizing the truth. Oh, Leaf, hello. How's it going, bud? Thank you for stopping by. Sure. What you sherling? Sure. What are you sherling? I am sherling some dolphins today again. sharpening them. What are you sharpening? Oh, my white charcoal. I like this is the brand I really like because it tends to be able to you can put it on things even after you've put on a little bit of graphite. Obviously, if you glaze it on, then it's not gonna go on there. But this brand is like better than like the more expensive ones. I think it has a little bit of a rougher kind of graphite to it, but I think that's part of why it like sort of works better. It just has a little bit of a. You can always take a brush to it and smooth it back out. But yeah, I'm also like doing this thing where I'm kind of doing the white on the dolphins and then kind of putting some blue on top of that and then doing some shading on top of that to create like this sort of more unique look. I feel like it creates. I really like how you can like figure out all these different ways of shading that kind of is better than like just doing the white on the blue or the blue on the white and then doing a little bit of shading to kind of darken it up kind of creates a very nice transition there. Okay, thanks. What brand is that? Sorry for this blue. You are using blue mate marker. No, no, it's a pen. It's a just a color pencil, white. Get blue hue like for the trench. I use blue on the trench slug. I'm just all I was saying before with the if you mix white charcoal with like regular pencil lead, it does have a bluish hue to it. But I do use blue. Like I actually use a blue pencil to get the blue in there. And I think with the dolphins, it kind of really works. But oh, as far as like what blue, I mean this is Castle Arts watercolor. Cobalt. This is cobalt turquoise. Actually, that's what it's called. I believe this is actually. I think it's from this pencil set. Oh my god. It's right underneath my desk where I can't get to it. Sorry, there's dog hair all over it. This is yeah. This is like this. I'm not sure. It's got a nice guy on the horse. So look for that. Castle Arts premium wet dry watercolor. This is a watercolor pencil. It's not even supposed to be really used like this. Not really. It doesn't say. Okay, I just type in Castle Arts. That's where I ordered this kit from. This is like when I need a. I'm a castle artist. Would you like your drawing featured on our web? Oh. I'm sorry. I don't. It doesn't have like I guess Castle Arts. I thought it was. Not sure where it's from. Just says Castle Arts. Doesn't say what. Made in China. I guess it's made in China. There you go. Oh wait, I thought unset for trench slug you were only using white charcoal and no, I think you misunderstood. I use like it's just something to keep in mind in case you don't want a bluish hue. You don't want to mix your white charcoal with regular lead because it will produce that. But I do use blue in order to create the effect that I was creating. But it was like just on his spine to like because it kind of looks super cool. That's why I did it. Hmm. Oh, thanks for clarifying. And the one you're using now is Castle Arts watercolor blue brush. You said no, but not brush. It's just a pencil. Uh, just a regular, like it's a yeah, like everything. You were right about everything except for the brush part. Did Luke leave already? He might be coming in and out. He might not be next to his computer. I'm not really sure. Sometimes people will leave the stream and then come back and, you know, to check back in. What's up with the ducks? Are they rubber duckies or real? No, they're rubber duckies. I mean, you gotta play with something, right? While you're doing your stuff. I don't know what dolphins would. I don't know what dolphins would play with, but I feel like rubber duckies is good. They make me laugh. Lol. Is Lord Dolphin in a jacuzzi or ruling from a bed? Yeah, they have. Once you see the full picture, they're basically in these airships, but the airships hold water, and that's how they get around. That's how the Overlord dolphins get around, right? Because they manage from the top, started from the bottom. Now we here, kind of deal. I think it's always good to have a bird's eye view of your of people who you rule over. Red Eye, how's it going? It's been a long time. Focus on the art like a true champ. Hello, Red. How's it going? Uh, I already read everything on Twitch. But yeah, nice. I'm glad you stopped by, man. Blue cybernetic dolphin, right? I'm not sure the dolphins are cybernetic, just plugged into machines maybe. Yeah, they are. They just have things strapped onto them, like for communication with humans, right? They need like helmets to translate the eeks and sounds and stuff. The dolphin sounds. No, they're not cybernetic. I mean, they could have like implants and things of that nature to like for the communication and stuff. Like the helmet isn't just reading the brain waves and translating it. It could have a chip installed and stuff like that. Let me get some water really quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I can get serious now. Okay. Hello everyone. Salute. Hey, look, hopping on and off the stream. That's what I figured. Some people just kind, they're not at their computer. They just kind of stop by and. Do you want to exchange music? I don't think he just met you. Not, not for now, Leaf. Love the enthusiasm though. Put up some music and I'll check it out for sure. Comrade Soul, welcome, welcome, man. On Twitch, appreciate the stop by. I am really liking just how crazy the detail can become um, with this pencil. Like you can just, it feels like you can really just, if you wanted to spend enough time, get completely insane with how detailed you want to make things. Those are some good dolphins. Thank you. Is this still Witcher soundtrack? No, this is from Stronghold. Stronghold, one of the strongholds. Misery, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, welcome. How's your day going? Feeling pretty okay today, just sitting here trying to decide what to paint. Finished up one last night. Oh, nice. Might try to get an old commission done, get it out of the studio. That's always a good idea. That's a good idea. Get the old stuff out of the way. actually prepaid 250 for me to begin them, and they've been almost done for like a year, lol. Sometimes it is hard to finish up just finish a project. I started painting some Warhammer miniatures for a friend, and then I just kind of like ran out of energy because I'm just so busy, and after the stream and everything, I just want to relax. I'm just so not happy with them. I'm never going to paint another galaxy once these are done. No, leave just random. Just need to look like galaxy in space. I like those pictures. Those kind of like just spacey space. I am an enjoyer of, you know, I wanted like a space sort of 3D space. I'm surprised there's not more like videos on YouTube of like those 10-hour videos of just like the Milky Way like slowly moving or something. I kind of wanted that, but it's hard to like find. But when I'm done, she will pay the balance of 600 more bucks, and I need the cash. Do you have music on your YouTube, Luke? You have truly captured the spirit of the Dolphin Overlords. They look diabolical, don't they? And I wanted like to do like the, you know what I mean? They are in complete control. I do like this picture. This is a fun picture. It's only gonna get better. It's only gonna get better from here. I promise. It's. I can't get over them looking kind of cute and the ducks and caps on. Yeah, yeah. It's a super. It's gonna be a better one of mine. I do like to do like the satirical kind of humor once in a while. I mean, I guess like all of mine kind of have like an air of like unseriousness about them, but are those human slaves marching? I mean, looking mind control. So basically, the lore I had was that they just like were clever enough to convince humans to be that way. They're not necessarily like controlling them in a like a mind control way. They just more are going along with it because like the dolphins are like super smart. And like I was saying, they got. I mean, we could do a mind control thing where they're literally just mind controlled, but it's more of they were just good enough to like figure it out how to convince humans to be like do everything for dolphins. Um, Charismatic. Well, they're all kind of all the dolphins are on the same. There's not like one. There are a group of dolphins that basically all dolphins versus all humans. But instead of like getting rid of them, they just made the humans serve the dolphins. I like it a lot. Pretty freaking cool. Thank you. I think it's a fun idea. One second, guys. I'll be right back. It is getting insanely hot outside. Oh, man. I wish we got one of these like super chill summers where it wasn't like super hot all the time. Kiddo B, now you release scratching dolphins. Now you really scratching. Yeah, I did. We needed to go back to the dolphin idea. It was just a random idea, and I'm like, this is pure genius. It's called winter. No, I want room temperature outside all the time. That's what I want. Wait, did I forget to bring my pencils back? Oh, I think I left them in the kitchen. One second, I gotta retrieve stuff. How's it been going, Kiddo B? Is this Witcher music? No, this is Stronghold. It's still Stronghold music. Sketching, nice. Sketching is always good. That's kind of like where sketching is great because it like that's the thing that like exhausts your brain the most. It's like rendering is nice to like make it look nice, but like sketching is kind of where it's at in terms of like getting your brain to work and think about the shapes and what you're trying to draw. I need to start doing more like actual sketching, but it's just the way I draw and the way the show is. It's kind of like I kind of fell into this doing like a higher render. I got my new pencil that I'm testing out for this picture. I think I'm gonna do the entire picture with this pencil just to see kind of like what the results are gonna be. And I'm just sorry, didn't hear your the idea is pure genius. Well, thank you. Hold on one second. The dog wants to come back in one second. The story here with the dolphins was that the dolphins were regular dolphins, and then some very curious scientists figured out, and they're very intelligent, right? They say, and so the dolphins were like hanging out. Like some scientists figured out a way to communicate with them. The dolphins then proceeded to start a pro dolphin cult with the scientist group, and then it spread and they took over Earth. That's the first movie. The third movie, or where we're gonna end it, is you end up finding out that the dolphins were once a super powerful faction, just like the engineers in Prometheus, where they were sort of able to create life and spread life throughout the universe in order to have more sentient creatures that would worship the sort of the higher gods. So they need like the eldritch gods. They need more souls to believe in them to gain in strength. But when the dolphins failed to do that, and then they kind of had a Luciferian kind of fallout where they tried to become gods themselves, they were de-evolved back into a mammalian fish thing as a form of torture and embarrassment. And this is their way out of that situation. That's the gist of the lore for the Dolphin Overlords. This is their attempt to regain godlike powers. I'm fine so far. Lots of stress. I hate work and stress. Both of those words together is awful. But all in all, everything is fine. On Thursday, I have an animation class. Procreate. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Yeah, and I've dabbled in animation, but I think I decided to just like focus on just like stream 8 hours a day, and because I was doing like Blender and other stuff and painting miniature figures, and I'm like I need to just like chill back and just do one thing and worry about other things later. That's kind of like I've sort of narrowed in on one thing because it's going well. So, but yeah, this is the dolphins kind of like taking over at this point. What happened to the game? Oh, the game. No, we just kind of had we were just had different visions for stuff and communication styles, and I was just like, also the other thing was that like I basically, the channel, like, I don't know, I couldn't get anybody to view me doing that stuff, so my channel was just dying, and I didn't really, the idea for the game I wasn't like super passionate about, and basically the combo of all those things, I just had to not pursue that idea. The entire experience was like nails on a chalkboard kind of thing, and I'm just like, it's gonna take another like 6 months to finish, kind of thing. So I was just not. See, I thought making well. It's not terrible. I for some reason I thought that like making a video game would have enough parallels because I was doing the art side. I thought it would have enough parallels where I would survive on Twitch, but everybody hated it. Like nobody watched it. At least like for me, right? I don't know how people like in the software category survive. I don't know how they get people to watch them, but like basically it just wasn't going anywhere, and I was like, yo, like this is not, you know, we just had differences on like every facet, you know, of everything. So basically, I don't know. It just it's you know, we just had to go our separate ways. I forgot what I was just gonna look up. I hate that. But no hard feelings. It's just we, you know, sometimes it just doesn't like work out. My super awesome music ended. We can also play a little bit of dolphin sounds in the background to kind of set the scene. The dolphin sounds. Well, it's, you know, they're dolphining. I played it for hours the other day. I was like, I wonder like how long I should do this before the joke wears thin. So using this smaller, more kind of thinner lead does definitely increase the time it takes to render anything, but it does force you to be like super duper like careful, just because of the lead strength, and you have to like just take your time and everything. I'm sure it'll be a nicer, smoother result. Like overall, like this entire picture is gonna look a little bit better. So we'll see. I think I'm gonna end up using this like 30% of the time. I don't think this is gonna be like something I fall back on, you know, all the time. But I'm super excited. Like, just look at how nice this pencil looks. The cut right there. It looks very like, it looks expensive. I like the, you know, the design. It's like very like what you would expect a $20 pencil to look like. It would be cooler if it just had like, instead of all these company names on it, if it just had like a little bit of Japanese hieroglyph stuff and that's it. Like, just keep it really simple. But other than that, the design is really slick. So, Pure Genius you were referring to was the Dolphin origin story? Yeah, what I was saying before, how the Dolphins came to power. Their origins were that they were go to planets and spread life for the Eldritch gods to become more powerful, because like the more souls you have, right? That's how the Eldritch gods gain strength from like the amount of little sentient lives that believe in them, and so that's how they would compete. But when the dolphins fell away, and they decided to go on their own way, they were punished. But this is like their attempt to return. They just need humanity as a stepping stone to the stars, kind of thing. Yeah, I found a video. I found a video of 10 hours of dolphin sounds. Rubber ducks are awesome. Yeah, thank you. I thought that would like make it more like obviously satire and kind of funny. But yeah, I've been having a great time. Yep. As far as I can tell, the rubber ducks are equivalent to stress balls for them. Yeah, they're. I mean, you gotta have something. You gotta have something that you know, to play with. Even when you're like a demigod, you still need some form of entertainment. And if you're a dolphin, I feel like rubber duckies are sort of like perfect for that kind of a thing. This lead is so brittle. You have to be like super careful. Preoccupied is the correct word, I think. I've been trying to not use AC for this similar reason of like just trying to save money. So it's pretty warm in here right now, but I don't actually kind of like become. I think I've adapted like because I haven't had it on since like it's been getting warmer. So I think like slowly you just kind of notice it less and less. I'm gonna turn off the dolphin clicking. I feel like we had enough of that. It might go back up later. Be right back. Same, just turned off the AC. I can be fine without it, honestly, unless I need it, of course. Yeah, AC, I mean, I used to not have it ever, and so I don't know how I lived. I remember when I first, Americans love AC, especially if you go into any, like, any kind of establishment, like a business or anything like that. It's gonna be freezing in there, and yeah, so that, like, I would always be freezing when I first came here, because it's like, they just love it. And they set it to as low as it goes. For those who don't know, America is freezing inside of every building. But yeah, like I actually thought it was like cold all the time, and then like I got used to the AC, and now it's like having it not on. I just remembered one day you don't actually have to have it on. You can just kind of suffer and then get used to the heat. I mean, I got the fans going and stuff, but I think like they should build houses that are like buried into the side of like the land. I feel like it would be like kind of always like 60 degrees down there if it was like, you know what I mean, like if houses were like basically submerged into like the landscape a little bit. In Europe, there's ACs aren't common. In Europe, their ACs aren't common. We have fans, but only if you have AC. Lack of trees and greenery draws the heat and traps the heat in the cities. You know, I remember like in not to bring up Belarus constantly, but I don't even remember it getting hot. Like, well, maybe like I said, maybe I just didn't notice it because it's like when you don't have AC, you think it's normal, right? But I remember like I think those giant commie block like 9-story like concrete buildings. I think they like almost like functioned as I don't know. They never really got super hot like that. You know, not saying that it wouldn't be, but like generally speaking, you were relatively comfortable. I don't. There was no AC system, so those buildings kind of like maintained heat and cold kind of. I think, at least I don't remember ever being uncomfortable. The little wooden houses here definitely they get hot. They get hot. And then like yeah, you have to blast the AC. Yeah, I think it's actually like I just remembered. I'm like I don't think like it's that bad. Like because you do get used to it. But yeah, if you ever come to America, make sure you bring a sweater and a coat for when you go inside of any building. They love they love turning that down to as low as it'll go. I should just set my thermostat that if it goes above 90, it'll turn on. I think that's where it had to be like the cutoff point for me. But yeah, trees actually. Another thing is, usually you would see inside of cities, if you have tall buildings next to each other and you have like a crap load of trees, you end up with this very nice shield. It honestly was even on a super hot day. If you design this stuff well, you can have the street level be relatively cool. I'm sure people who have trees know this. Yeah, concrete buildings and large trees go like really well together in providing like this kind of a little bit of a shield. America has none of this. We live in like tiny wooden houses that get super hot. I guess it depends where you live, right? Would you mind sharing what video game idea was? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The video game idea? Oh, the bee? Yeah, we were gonna. I kind of. One second. Let me go check on the dog. I heard a thump. Anyway, the video game idea, your abandoned project. We had this idea. Well, we didn't have an idea. I had different ideas, but like it was basically like Plants vs Zombies with RTS elements, which I was pushing heavy for. But yeah, that's basically like we were gonna work around that framework basically. But instead of Plants vs Zombies, it was gonna be bees versus like gnomes. Like we were just gonna change it up enough for that to work. You play as a gnome, and then there's bees that are trying to get your garden, and So obviously I didn't want to do that. Plants vs Zombies, you mean? Garden gnome, bees trying to pollinate. That's the other thing. I didn't agree with like basically like that's what I mean. Like bees are usually helpful. I get if there's zombies, but then like I don't know. The whole thing just was like not. It just wasn't. The whole thing was just not like interesting to me. I was like, it's like the entire time we were trying to pull the blanket in like a different like I wanted a completely different game, and I was like trying to do that, and then so we just had differences in like what we were trying to do essentially. Um, Garden gnome, bees trying to pollinate it or something that sounds funny and cool. It sounds funny and cool, but that's just not what you know. How did you apply the blue with a brush? I just had a blue pencil. I did white first. I did a white layer, and then I did a blue on top of that, and then I did a little bit of like regular lead to kind of darken it out, and just create like an effect. But that's how I applied the blue. It wasn't a brush. It was like I just use the brush to like smooth things out sometimes. Like if I want to go over a certain spot, I'll just kind of prep it by just kind of doing that, smooth everything out, and then just do another layer. if I need to like have it look a little different. But that's the basic thing that I'm doing with the brush thing. I'm not actually applying blue onto the brush or anything like that. I was thinking about buying some tint for my windows, and like if I guess like if I put tint on my like the large door window that's in my, not my kitchen but my living room, I guess like that would because like if you put your hand on like where there's sunlight coming into your house, like it's super it like generates a super crazy amounts of heat. Like if I just put like a bunch of like, I don't know, basically tint right on windows. The only thing is I don't really want my house to like turn into like this cave where there's no sunlight coming in. But at the same time it would be cool because I think he used a watercolor pencil from Castle Arts. Look, yeah, that I use that watercolor pencil. There's no reason to have used a watercolor pencil. That's just what I had next to me, so that's why. It'd probably be better not to use a watercolor pencil. So first, light value, then white for highlights. So like for this dolphin, like I just did like basically I went and did white all over the dolphin, except for the parts where I wanted it to be a little darker. I just left the color of the paper to like kind of be the shadow. Then I applied like a little bit of blue, like where I wanted the blue, like the fins and the back and stuff, where just kind of throw it in where it would look interesting. And then after that, obviously the highlights you just go harder, right? For the little highlights on a dolphin, I just use the same white pencil and just like really emphasize that. But then I had to darken the fins in a little bit because they kind of became hard to see. And so I just kind of did this towards the end just to kind of darken this out, add a little bit of contrast to the foreground. And I might, before I finish this, I'm going to go over this again and kind of like all of this stuff down here is going to get retouched to get it to the proper sort of contrast. Because it is the most foreground thing in the picture is the dolphins and this kind of little boat thing they're inside of. The blue fits. I figured. I mean, I know they're a little bit more gray than they are blue, but I feel like they're blue. In my heart, I feel like dolphins are blue, regardless of the reality. Love the blending effect with the brush. Thank you. Yeah, I've slowly started integrating color into my pictures, whereas before I never did, and I think it's really like because I've been like really slow about like learning how and what works. It's like really worked for me. So that's how I would do it. Is I've slowly just started pushing color into my images. Plus, the other thing is I used to work in a factory that had like no air conditioning, so you were working in like whatever the heat was, you were working in it, and we produced heat inside. So it was like, I mean, you were sweating, and you were, of course, you know, you had to wear all the PPE. So I'm like, I know that like I can handle like more heat, you know, than like. Man, rendering these like little soldiers out is cool, but this is tedious. I hope people appreciate all the little faces I had to draw. Or clouds aren't white; they have bluish and purples and even yellows. That's probably true. I'm too like weird. I can't like see color. I don't think I can see color correctly. I mean, the blue instantly believe, right? Because there's a lot of blue up there to be bouncing off the rivers and all that stuff. The yellows also, right? Because of the sun. I believe that, especially if the sun's going down. And then purple, probably, but I'm just not smart enough to see purple. I think my IQ is too low. I don't see purple. It's outside the range of the spectrum of what I'm able to see. To me, it's a weird. To me, purple is a weird blue. That's kind of how I think about it. How do you think the humans who formed the resistance are able to withstand the mind control of the dolphins? Um, it would have to be like maybe like the movie They Live, where it's like only a few people know, and they have some way of they find some way to live in caves where the message doesn't penetrate, or building like rooms out of materials that like where the message doesn't get through, or you know what I mean, having some way of deciphering like what's really going on. I mean, if the dolphins are correct, right? Like, why even resist? That would be like one of the propaganda posters. I mean, dolphinism marches forward. Can you imagine making a movie? Good God, the dolphins are rising in power. Can you? Thank you so much, Twack. Imagine like making a movie like this about the dolphins, but do it straight. Like, don't have any jokes. Don't have any kind of like hints, and just play it straight the entire 2 hours. Like in the same way, like you know how they made Planet of the Apes. Like, oh, thank you so much for the follow, man. Appreciate that. You know how at Planet of the Apes, like they did not they never what's the dolphins' goal for humans? It's just a labor. I mean, they're just like it was this. The goals for the humans is the same as the when the gods were controlling the dolphins to create life. It's just like a subservient kind of a faction. You know, they're not necessarily trying to control everything they do. They're just trying to make sure that their overall service goes towards the goals of the dolphins. There's not, you know, no jokes, just action of the dolphins taking over and living. Yeah, well, the same way like the newer Planet of the Apes movies had like that, like it wasn't there was no like haha, this is all a joke kind of vibe. Like all the movies were very serious. And I just want to do that but for the dolphins, and just the entire time the joke is like that it's just played straight the entire time. I think that would be really funny. Because I want people to be like getting gripped and involved in the movie, but then also having that moment where they're like, wait, are they being serious? Like, is this a joke? Am I in on some like you know. Oh, hey, I made my first OC yesterday. What is an OC? It's a monster humanoid, but it's funny because big, bulky, and muscular. And I got a streamer to agree next stream he'll draw it in a sundress and sun hat. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Well, that's cool. They gave lore and stuff. They gave you lore and stuff. Have you seen Johnny Pneumonic? He's an intelligent dolphin that they use to decrypt information. It's an old movie. Uh, no, I've never heard of that. Johnny Pneumonic. I'm sure there's like a lot of dolphin stuff out there, right? From over the years. But no, I've never heard of that. I'm looking at Johnny Puna. I'm looking at the actors and Keanu Reeves, Dolph Lundgren, Deanna Meyer, Ice-T, Henry Rollins, Udo Kier. I'm not seeing any dolphins. So these are just lies. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe there is a dolphin in there. No, I've never seen that movie, unfortunately. The dolphin's name was Jones. Blasphemy of Dolphin Society. A cloak of lies. Put dolphin after the search. Oh, there was a dolphin. How smart do you guys think they actually are? Because, like, I have my doubts. They have all kinds of techno stuff strapped onto it. Looks pretty cool. They look very, like, if you just objectively look at dolphins, they look very strange. Apparently, the prop they made went up for sale in the past. It was weird looking. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want that in my house. The dolphin, the weird dolphin kind of thing. It's a little too strange for what I'd be looking for. If I had like the money and the space to just display that, I don't know if that's necessarily like where I'd want my foot to, the foot forward kind of thing. I don't know if it's me really. I don't know. Oh, I guess I missed that message. But no, I don't know if I'd want that dolphin in my house. I'm going to bed. Have a great stream. All power to the Dolphins. Thank you so much. We will make sure that the rise of the Dolphins goes smooth. I appreciate the stop by. Hope the work stress situation gets better. But yeah, I'm gonna make sure that my Dolphins are taken care of. Okay, see you soon. Thank you. Pochi, big bro, this is epic. This thank you, man. I'm great. I'm glad you're liking the dolphin being dolphiny. I hope it turns out well in the end. It's a little bit of a weird one, but I feel like all my artwork is a little bit weird. He has taken over the humans. Well, there's going to be a lot of dolphins like flying around in the ships, so it's more of like dolphins kind of versus humans instead of just one dolphin. Chipochi, how hot is it over where you are right now? If you're still there, I'm just curious at like what's the temperature in Qatar? Because we're getting there. We're getting to those temperatures slowly but surely. And I'll be right back. That water is delicious. That's super annoying. Gotta take my garbage out here. I'll be right back. Gotta put a new bag in there. It's all full of water, bottles of water. Tina Rose Dim. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat. Hello, how's it going? Sorry. I was like in my own mind over here. Oh, and I forgot to ask, will there be other animal factions? For instance, Penguin Nation? We can do like penguins and stuff for sure. I don't have anything against doing like a penguin kind of a... I didn't plan on it, like being part of this universe, but I think penguins would be like fun to do like a satire penguin kind of thing. They make them go around the seas collecting good fish for them. Yeah, they could be like connected in the universe. I like the airship idea. I think that's my favorite part. Yeah, I thought this was really fun. I still gotta put like another 2 streams into this to like really finish it up. But I thought overall this was like a really fun idea. But yeah, I gotta think about like the penguin one and how I'm gonna do it. Or like what I'm gonna title it, or how I'm gonna like push that. They understand the significance of what they say. Just remember the beluga whales can copy voices. I know parrots can copy voices. Oh yeah, come to find out there was a yellow penguin born a while ago. Yeah, I've never heard of the yellow penguin. I think I'm gonna get off for tonight, and go take a break. I'll be back tomorrow. But I think this is going well. I think this is gonna be a good pick. Basically, it's a rare sight in nature. Oh, the yellow penguin. I'd have to like look into it. But yeah, today was fun. We'll probably do. I'm thinking this is gonna be like 2 more streams for this idea. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Take care. Yeah, you too, man. I'll be back. It's just really hot and I'm really tired. I want to go take a break and play video games and stuff. I'll see you guys later.